A quorum being present, the committee will be in order. The committee is meeting today for consideration of the 14 bills noticed. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, any request for recorded votes may be postponed. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I look forward to today's markup. We have an ambitious 14 bills under consideration today, 13 of which have broad bipartisan support and are the product of a lot of hard work and discussion. I'm proud to say that these bills reflect our shared commitment to securing the homeland. The majority and the minority were in good faith discussion about a few other measures prior to today. Unfortunately, we cannot come to agreement before this markup to include them. I commend my Republican colleagues, Representative Pfluger, Lalota, Guest, Gonzalez, Ezell, Jimenez, Higgins, Lee, and Garbarino for bringing forth important measures to better DHS and the homeland. I also want to thank the minority counterparts, Representative Correa, Titus, Thanadar, and Kennedy for offering common sense legislation that would better the DHS enterprise, from tackling trafficking at the border to improving DHS oversight of special events to improving TSA. I appreciate their hard work on these measures. I strongly support all of the bills under consideration in today's markup, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I now recognize the ranking member to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the committee will consider many bipartisan measures that broadly impact the operations of the Department of Homeland Security. However, it's been a long and winding road with plenty of potholes to get to this point. I've been disheartened by the partisanship and obstruction that has undermined this markup. Advancing measures with bipartisan co-sponsors that have been circulated or introduced months ago should not be a challenging exercise, and bills should not have to undergo an extreme mega purity test before they are considered by the committee. As long as committee Republicans allow their most extreme members to veto common sense measures because of unrelated ideological concerns, the further this committee strays from its proud tradition of putting politics aside for the benefit of the homeland and those who work so hard to keep our country safe. At our last markup 2 months ago, I said this committee could do better. The majority's preparation for this markup underscores how much remains to be done. Even bills where Republicans and Democrats are not far apart have fallen victim to the majority's take it or leave it approach to legislating. H.R. 8631, offered by Representative Jimenez of Florida, is an example of how the majority has failed to constructively engage with committee Democrats on an issue of shared concern. Indeed, the committee has not conducted any meaningful oversight on this issue, not a single briefing with DHS, not a single hearing. Nonetheless, we are rushing to legislate on this issue out of left field. Democrats support freeing DHS from reliance on Chinese-made batteries. We recognize the importance of a secure supply chain for these important products, and we recognize the strategic importance of encouraging the production of U.S.-made batteries. Yet the extreme H.R. 8631 fails to consider the reality DHS is facing implementing a Chinese-made battery procurement ban. This measure, which is simply a knockoff of a provision adopted from the Department of Defense last year's NDAA and haphazardly applies to DHS, needs a lot of work. Democrats asked the Republican majority to hold off on considering this measure while we engage with DHS on how such a ban would be implemented, especially given the massive budgetary difference between DHS and DOD. We had questions about how DHS may use batteries implicated by this legislation. We wondered how DHS could source batteries made in the U.S. by American companies, given China's dominance in the field, and how much a ban would cost. We wondered how DHS's transition to electric vehicles would be impacted by such a ban, and whether American auto manufacturers would be affected. We were concerned that a total ban in a short period of time would adversely impact DHS's operations and national security. These questions seem reasonable to me, but the Republican majority told us to pound sand. I guess the committee will just have to report this bill to figure out precisely what it does and how much it will cost. That's a shame. But Democrats will give our Republican colleagues a chance to make this bill better because, like I said before, we do not disagree with its intent. An amendment to be offered by Representative Swazi would ask the department to study the feasibility, cost, and impact of a ban. Since the committee has not done any oversight, let's try to get some facts. An amendment will be offered by Representative Ramirez to tie a ban to the Secretary's certification that there would not be adverse impacts to DHS operation, but still require DHS to divest of Chinese-made batteries by 2029, giving DHS time to successfully implement a ban and giving American manufacturers time to scale up and account for new demand. I will offer an amendment that would correct an error in the bill's current construction, which names 6 precise companies rather than tying the ban to dynamic lists maintained by the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, and Department of Commerce that keeps up with the latest developments in the industry. Companies change names, reform themselves in different ways, and hide themselves under subsidiaries all the time. The current bill does not address these dynamic problems. This amendment would correct these defects. An amendment to be offered by Representative Thanagar would add a rule of construction that protects American auto manufacturers and the department's transition to electric vehicles. An amendment to be offered by Representative Kennedy will require the Secretary to produce a strategy to incentivize DHS to work with American clean energy firms consistent with an executive order from President Biden. Mr. Chairman, had Democratic feedback and concerns been taken into consideration prior to the markup of this bill, this committee could have sent a well-crafted bipartisan message that Republicans and Democrats alike recognize the threat posed by China and stand unified in defense of our national and homeland security. A rushed, poorly written bill like this one, on the other hand, just signals weakness and division. Let's adopt the Democratic amendments today, which was submitted in advance under the roster process for full transparency, and speak with one voice on this important issue. It's better for the department and it's better for our country. The Democratic-led measures to be considered at today's markup are also good for our country. Representative Lou Correa of California, the ranking member of the Border Security and Enforcement Subcommittee, sponsors H.R. 4574, the Cooperation on Combating Human Smuggling and Trafficking Act, which aims to strengthen border security by establishing or expanding partnerships with law enforcement entities in Mexico and Central and South American countries to identify and disrupt human smuggling and trafficking operations. H.R. 6229, the DHS Special Events Program and Support Act, is sponsored by a very recent member of our committee, Representative Dina Titus of Nevada. Her bill would authorize the Special Events Assessment Rating, or SEER, program within DHS. The SEER program, which measures the risk of terrorist attack and other hazards as appropriate on special events, never has been authorized by Congress, but is an essential resource for state, local, tribal, and territorial government that hosts pre-planned special events ranging from rodeos to Formula One races to high-profile NFL games. Representative Thanagar of Michigan offers H.R. 8645, the Improved Screening for Veterans and Passengers with Disabilities Act, which will allow severely injured or disabled veterans to enroll in TSA's pre-check for free and ensures that if passengers with disabilities or medical conditions are enrolled in pre-check, they will receive expedited screening, even non-pre-check screening lanes, such as lanes dedicated to passengers with disability. One thing I hope we can all agree is that injured or disabled veterans deserve our thanks as well as a seamless experience at TSA screening checkpoints. And the committee's newest member, Representative Tim Kennedy of New York, offers H.R. 8662, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act, which would require TSA to conduct a feasibility study on treating as on-duty hours the time TSA employees spend traveling between duty stations and airport parking lots and bus and transit stops. TSA employees should not be penalized for their often long commutes, and the bill would do this. Mr. Chairman, Democrats always stand ready and willing to engage with Republicans on issues of shared concern and importance to the American people. Unfortunately, we are often met with unnecessary difficulty in return. As I said at the outset, we can do better. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. Before we get started, the chair would like to acknowledge the committee precedent that amendments in the nature of a substitute offered for the purpose of being base text to be marked up under Rule 5A2B must comply with the 48-hour notice requirement laid forth in the rule. At today's markup, the amendments in the nature of a substitute offered were noticed within the 48-hour window to allow for incorporation of bipartisan feedback. Without objection and by agreement between the chair and ranking member, the committee shall use the amendment roster today.
Mr. Chairman, reserving the right to object, and I will not object, would the chair please explain the agreement regarding the amendment roster? I yield to the chair.
I thank the gentleman and all committee members for agreeing to the use of an amendment roster. We've agreed that the bills be open to amendment at any point and that we will take up amendments in the order listed on the roster. The chair will allow members to offer amendments listed on the roster out of order to the extent practicable and in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Amendments not listed on the roster may be considered at the conclusion of the consideration of the roster.
I thank the chair for this explanation and withdraw my reservation.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8671, the DHS Intelligence Rotational Assignment Program and Law Enforcement Support Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8671, offered by Mr. Pfluger.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is now recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this markup and for bringing this bill ultimately for the enhanced security and safety of our homeland. 8671, I think, is important because it allows our agencies to, especially DHS, to do rotations. When we look back at more than 2 decades of post-September 11, 2001 history and those terrorist attacks that happened, we've heard in this committee room from Director Wray, from others, that that terror threat has never been higher since that point in time. Our national security relies on the ability to share the right information with the right people at the right time. And accomplishing this requires consistent collaboration among the state, local, federal entities, as well as the private sector and our international partners. For years, DHS has consistently struggled to share information effectively, and it has necessitated legislative action to address this particular issue. In fact, just several years ago, various inspectors general, including DHS and Department of Justice, completed a report titled Review of Domestic Sharing of Counterterrorism Information, which noted the DHS intelligence enterprise was not as effective or valuable as it could have been. And this was attributed to a lack of unity throughout the DHS intelligence enterprise, other staffing issues within DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, and problems with the review and approval of certain products, and then access to those products, including classified information. The report further stated the DHS intelligence enterprise was fragmented, with elements operating independently and with few repercussions or incentives to coordinate better outside of actual events, underscoring the necessity of this legislation. These challenges persist, to which the sharing of counterterrorism information amongst law enforcement and within DHS must be strengthened. It's important that to share information effectively, DHS components understand each other's roles, responsibilities, and contributions, especially with the involvement of multiple entities. H.R. 8671, the DHS Intelligence Rotational Assignment Program and Law Enforcement Support Act, is a critical step to addressing gaps and improving coordination within DHS. This bipartisan bill, which unanimously passed the House previously, would codify the rotational assignment program to enhance needed intra-agency participation in the program. DHS analysts within a department intelligence component like Customs and Border Protection, Homeland Security investigations, the Secret Service, and other relevant components would be eligible to participate. And as a result, this would increase the coordination and communication on border security, terrorism, and other threats to the homeland, which in turn can lead to a more complete picture of threats and greater homeland security. I think it's important at this time, as we have just seen in the last week, Mr. Chairman, where we have 8 alleged Tajikistan citizens that have ties to ISIS that have been in the United States for multiple months. And I'm interested to see whether or not that has a component of this, which is information sharing and intelligence sharing, but it highlights the need to protect our homeland in a way that this bill will certainly help. I'd like to thank my friend from New York, Mr. Swazi, for his attention and support for this bill, and I look forward to continuing the work together on this issue. With that, I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? I note that Mr. Swazi is not here. Appreciate his support for this measure as well. Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question on reporting the bill, H.R. 8671, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8663, the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8663, offered by Mr. Lalota, to require the Science and Technology Directorate in the Department of Homeland Security to develop greater capacity to detect, identify, and disrupt illicit substances in very low concentrations.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lalota, is now recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the measure.
Thank you, Chairman. In 2023, the Drug Enforcement Administration seized more fentanyl in a single year than ever before. In fact, the DEA seized more than 77 million pills of fentanyl and nearly 12,000 pounds of fentanyl powder, enough to kill 386 million people, or more than the entire population of the United States. Tragically, more than 112,000 Americans died from drug overdoses in 2023, and 70% of those deaths were caused by fentanyl poisoning. It's heartbreaking that fentanyl poisonings are the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45, but we can and will continue to work to reverse this. I'm thankful this committee is marking up my important bipartisan legislation to help U.S. law enforcement detect and interdict deadly fentanyl throughout our great nation. Congress must support our law enforcement officers and utilize every tool at our disposal to combat fentanyl trafficking, production, and distribution to save American lives. That's why I'm proud that the committee is considering my bipartisan bill, the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act of 2024. This legislation would give the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate, or S&T, statutory authority to conduct research, development, testing, and evaluation to improve the technologies used by federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement agencies. This legislation will also improve drug detection accuracy and the disruption of drug trafficking for drugs like fentanyl and xylazine through research, development, testing, evaluation, and cost-benefit analysis for portable equipment that can detect and identify drugs with minimal or no handling of the sample. S&T will be able to develop the equipment that can separate complex mixtures containing low concentrations of drugs and high concentrations of cutting agents for field identification and detection technologies that use machine learning, or AI, to predict whether substances are controlled or new psychoactive substances not yet included in available reference libraries. It only takes trace amounts of fentanyl to be deadly. It is imperative that we equip U.S. law enforcement agencies at every level with every tool available to protect their communities and remove this deadly drug from their streets. by giving S&T the authority to improve the efficiency of the equipment and reference libraries used by federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement agencies, we can improve the detection of fentanyl, xylazine, and other deadly drugs and disrupt trafficking rings. I want to quickly thank the law enforcement organizations that have supported and endorsed this important piece of legislation, namely the National Association of Police Organizations, Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Sergeant Benevolence Associations of the NYPD, National Border Patrol Council, National Treasury Employees Union, National Narcotic Officers Associations Coalition, Shatterproof, National HIDTA Directors Association, and National Association of Counties. I also want to thank Senator Cornyn and his staff for collaborating on introducing this bipartisan bill in both chambers. I also want to thank my friend and colleague from the side of the aisle, Mr. Correa of California, for joining me in introducing this incredibly important and bipartisan bill in the House. I appreciate his support, and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation to make fighting fentanyl and saving American lives a priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Are there any?
Mr. Chairman, let me just say
Ranking member, you're recognized.
that obviously fentanyl is a problem, and anything we can do as a committee and anything I think we should. So I compliment the gentleman for his leadership in bringing this bill forward. Yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I too want to thank Mr. Correa for his support in working with Mr. LaLota. Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 8663, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8654. 8654. We'll go out of order here just a second. The Streamlining Law Enforcement Information Sharing Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8654, offered by Mr. Ezell, to direct the Comptroller General of the United States to conduct a review of the Homeland Security Information Network and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership today. I'm proud the committee is considering my legislation, the Streamlining Law Enforcement Information Sharing Act. I also want to thank Representatives Ivey and Pfluger for co-leading this bipartisan common sense effort. The Homeland Security Information Network, DHS official system for sharing unclassified sensitive information among authorized personnel across federal, state, and local, territorial, tribal, and our other partners, has encountered numerous challenges and has failed to operate as envisioned since it was initially stood up. So far, this network has been found to be ineffective, falling short of fulfilling its objectives and ultimately costing taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. With over 40 years of prior law enforcement experience, I get how important it is for our local, state, and federal partners to have proper access to systems that support collaboration for mission success. Ensuring the network operates securely and efficiently is critical to keeping our communities safe. My bill, the Streamlining our Law Enforcement Information Sharing Act, aims to achieve this goal by directing GAO to conduct an official review of the Homeland Security Information Network. This overdue assessment will include comparisons with similar platforms, an examination of cost and effectiveness, and measures to safeguard individual privacy. Members of Congress and this committee need a better understanding of how information sharing networks can help support our partners in law enforcement, public health, and emergency management. This legislation is an important first step, and I look forward to continuing the efforts on this crucial safety issue. And with that, I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill?
Briefly, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague for inviting me to join and participate in supporting this piece of legislation. I think it's a great step in the right direction, and I'm happy to be supportive of it, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well.
Thank you for your work on it. Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 8654, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to report favorably is agreed to. Without objection, the motion is laid on the table. Votes have been called, and so what I think we'll do is go ahead and recess. Let me ask all the members to basically vote and get back here as soon as you can, and we'll reconvene as soon as we have enough bodies in the room for a quorum. I think it's one vote on a rule, and for now, we stand in recess. Committee will come to order pursuant to notice. I now call up H.R. 8150. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8150, offered by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, to require the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection to establish procedures for conducting maintenance projects at ports of entry at which the Office of Field Operations conducts certain enforcement and facilitation activities.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Gonzalez for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8150, offered by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered base text for purpose of further amendment. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grateful for that the committee has convened today to mark up H.R. 8150, the Revamp Act, which will give CBP more flexibility to quickly address maintenance and repair projects at land ports of entry. I thank all members for supporting this common sense bill, and especially my friend Lou Carrera for joining me as a co-lead. Land ports of entry are not only critical to border communities, but they also bring in billions of dollars worth of trade to our economy. That is why our international bridges must be kept in the best shape possible. Currently, there is a backlog of maintenance and repair to be conducted at these legal ports of entries, and this bill would cut that red tape and streamline the process. H.R. 8150 is simple. It would provide CBP with the authority it needs to further address urgent maintenance projects more swiftly, while GSA currently grants CBP the ability to perform limited maintenance and repair projects that cost less than $100,000. This bill would increase that threshold to $300,000. We're deeply concerned with the unresolved maintenance issues needed at our ports of entry, and I look forward to moving this bipartisan, bicameral bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does any member wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member, you're recognized.
I think all of us who've been to the border have heard stories about maintenance on equipment, as well as the need for upgrading existing equipment. So I support the gentleman's bill.
Thank the ranking member, and obviously we want to thank Mr. Carrera for his assistance in the bill. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Hearing none, the question now is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 8150, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8655, the Federal Air Marshal Enhancing Airport Security Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8655, offered by Mr. Jimenez, to require the Federal Air Marshal Service to develop a plan to enhance the federal law enforcement presence at airports and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Jimenez for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of the substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8655, offered by Mr. Jimenez.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute shall be considered base text for the purpose of further amendment. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this markup today and considering H.R. 8655, the Federal Air Marshal Enhancing Airport Security Act of 2024. I look forward to our conversation and urge the committee to support this bill. Transportation Security Administration is tasked with preventing terrorist attacks and stopping terrorists and other bad actors from boarding commercial flights. TSA relies upon over 40,000 transportation security officers, or TSOs, to man checkpoints, screen passengers and baggage, and ultimately ensure the integrity of the aviation security system. TSOs, however, do not have law enforcement authorities and thus rely upon airport authorities or other state and local bodies to provide a police presence at security checkpoints. This means that the federal body tasked in statute by Congress to safeguard the passenger aviation systems ultimately does not have all the tools at its disposal to enforce federal law and protect air travelers in the United States. TSOs on the front line need assistance to enforce federal law. As a law enforcement component of TSA, the Federal Air Marshal Service, FAMS, is well positioned to take on this role and ensure that the agency is utilizing all its personnel in proper ways. Yet, more information is needed to assess the feasibility of leveraging FAM's downtime at airports. To further understand how FAMs could better serve airports, my bill would require the Federal Air Marshal Service to develop a plan and brief Congress on how FAMs could fill roles at airports beyond in-flight security. This plan would provide a blueprint of how FAMS can maximize their service, and so we can ultimately make airports safer. I'm grateful to the ranking member of Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee, Mr. Thanadar, for working with me on this bill. Mr. Chairman, it is time that we give TSOs on the front line at airports and the law enforcement backup they need. I am proud that this bill will begin the process to further understand how FAMs can backfill these roles. I urge you and my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question now is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Jimenez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 8655, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8658, the Emerging Digital Identity Ecosystem Report Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance. The printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8658, offered by Mr. Higgins, to require a report by the Transportation Security Administration on digital identity ecosystems and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge the committee to support the Emerging Digital Identity Ecosystem Report Act of 2024, which seeks to evaluate how digital identification systems are impacting the homeland security landscape. Technology is rapidly advancing, Mr. Chairman, and the smartphones we carry in our pockets have an increased level of convenience to our daily lives. And one specific use of smartphones in the transportation sector is the use of digital forms of identification, such as driver's license, to verify one's identity. Using a digital ID is not only more convenient, but also better for ensuring privacy protection as opposed to using conventional physical IDs. The digital IDs do not need to be physically handled by a TSO. The passenger using a digital ID holds a smartphone as it interacts with the credential authentication machine at the security checkpoint. TSA is currently accepting digital IDs from 8 states at 27 airports and is working with several other states to incorporate their digital IDs into the TSA screening process. My home state of Louisiana, for example, is utilizing a system called LA Wallet, which was just accepted as a form of digital identification by TSA. TSA is also working with leading companies including Apple, Google, Samsung, etc., through research and development agreements to further refine the use of this technology in the aviation security sector specifically. I am supportive of TSA's willingness to incorporate digital IDs in their screening procedures. And it's also important that we understand the full extent of the risks and benefits of utilizing this technology to advance the agency's homeland security mission. This is why I introduced the Emerging Digital Identity Ecosystem Report Act of 2024, which would require the TSA administrator to compile and submit to Congress a report regarding the current state of digital ID ecosystems and the value of emerging digital ID technologies in the transportation sectors. The report will better help Congress understand the implications of using digital IDs and how we can use this technology to protect the homeland and increase the competitive advantage of the United States. I'm pleased to be joined on this legislation by Congressman Bill Foster of Illinois, an expert on digital identity and a tremendous resource to his colleagues on this issue. Mr. Chairman, we must ensure that the federal government is utilizing the best technology to protect the homeland and ensure that the government respects the privacy of our citizens. I urge you and my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? I too want to make the same comment that Mr. Foster has been instrumental on this issue of digital ID. I know I've worked with him on several instances on this issue, and I do too appreciate his support in working with you on the bill. Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 8658, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8664, the DHS Intelligence and Analysis Oversight and Transparency Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8664, offered by Ms. Lee, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to direct the Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis of the Department of Homeland Security to conduct an annual audit of the information systems and bulk data of the Office of Intelligence and Analysis of the Department and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 5 minutes on her measure.
Thank you, Chairman Green. I urge the committee to support the DHS Intelligence and Analysis Oversight and Transparency Act. The Department of Homeland Security's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, or INA, is required to conduct audits on bulk data that is transferred to or from INA to ensure that the department's personnel access and searches are consistent with the goal of protecting Americans' civil liberties, right to privacy, and civil rights. The Government Accountability Office defines bulk data as large quantities of data acquired without the use of discriminants, such as specific identifiers or selection terms. A significant portion of this data does not have intelligence or operational value, and any bulk data containing U.S. persons' information that are transferred into or out of INA are subject to terms and conditions that the Undersecretary for INA establishes for each transfer. The Undersecretary's office is required to conduct audits on searches conducted in the bulk data collection. Recently, GAO produced a report that found INA has not taken the necessary steps to implement oversight guidelines that pertain to bulk data collection activities. In addition, GAO found that INA has not ever conducted an audit of bulk data collections. GAO's revelation shows that there needs to be better safeguards in place to ensure INA remains accountable to the American people. Based on the recommendations outlined in the GAO report, this legislation would direct the Undersecretary of INA to conduct an annual audit of information systems and bulk data sets. After the audits are complete, the Undersecretary would be required to submit a report to Congress that outlines the findings of each audit. In doing so, this bill brings much-needed oversight to INA. I believe that this bill, paired with the other INA oversight and accountability measures being offered today, are critical steps in addressing the issues that need to be addressed at the agency. I look forward to today's discussion and the upcoming vote to advance this legislation, and I thank Mr. Goldman and Mr. Pfluger for their support in this effort. With that, I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Goldman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleague from Florida, Ms. Lee, for introducing this very important bill that I'm very happy to support. The Department of Homeland Security Office of INA is the only member of the intelligence community that is statutorily tasked with providing intelligence information to state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement. And for that reason, INA plays a significant role in protecting our communities. Local law enforcement officers who are on the front lines rely on INA for timely and actionable intelligence. But that responsibility must come with safeguards to make sure that INA is diligently protecting the privacy, the civil rights, and the civil liberties of individuals across the country. It is no secret that in the last administration, under former President Donald Trump, INA was politicized, as was the entire intelligence community, which eroded the morale of its workforce and undermined the Americans' public trust in the office. Thankfully, under Undersecretary Kenneth Weinstein, the INA has taken great steps to rebuild the reputation of its once storied office, enabling it to regain its standing as a trusted partner in the intelligence community. Last year, GAO issued an assessment of privacy oversight at INA at the request of then Chairman, now Ranking Member, Mr. Thompson, following public reports of the Trump administration's abuses. In that report, GAO found that while INA has made great strides to improve its value for law enforcement partners, more can and should be done to ensure that INA personnel are following the policies that protect privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. Congresswoman Blee's bill before us today is one more positive step that builds upon the Biden administration's reforms by implementing some of the recommendations that GAO made after Ranking Member Thompson's request. GAO found that while DHS intelligence oversight guidelines require audits of information system and audits of bulk data held by INA, no internal policy actually assigned that audit responsibility to a person or office. But under the leadership of Undersecretary Weinstein and consistent with the recommendation of GAO, INA already is developing a set of standard operating procedures governing such audits, which will require annual audits by INA's Transparency and Oversight Program. This bill will make this requirement permanent and that INA be responsible for the annual audit and erecting safeguards for privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties that outlive any presidential administration. And I will therefore be voting yes on H.R. 8664 and ask that my colleagues join me in protecting Americans' privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to join my colleagues in supporting this legislation. I want to thank Representative Lee for sponsoring H.R. 8664, the DHS Intelligence and Analysis Oversight and Transparency Act. Back in September of 2020, then Congressman Max Rose of New York joined me in requesting that GAO review INA's information sharing as it related to privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. We sent that request to GAO following some deeply troubling reports that the Trump administration had politicized our nation's only intelligence community member tasked with the critical job of providing intelligence to state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement. The Trump DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis generated open source intelligence reports on journalists engaged in constitutionally protected activities during protests in Portland, Oregon. It improperly authored operational background reports on people involved in the Portland protests. It also altered at least one intelligence product due in part to political interference by the so-called Acting Secretary of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf. The GAO report that I requested after the exposure of the Trump administration's exploitation of INAs identified a number of important steps that DHS could undertake to protect Americans' rights. One of those recommendations was that DHS identify who is responsible for conducting audits of information systems and bulk data that make sure those audits are conducted and reported to decision makers. I'm pleased that Congresswoman Lee has reviewed the GAO report I requested. This bill would implement the GAO recommendation and strengthen the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis by assigning the Undersecretary the duty of conducting audits of information systems and bulk data to protect the privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties of all individuals across the country. I support this legislation. It flows from the committee's oversight work while I was chairman, and it would put into place guardrails that prevent any future administration from misusing INA and abusing the privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties of everyday Americans the way the Trump administration did. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? I too thank Mr. Goldman and the ranking member for their support of the bill. Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 8664, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4574, the Cooperation on Combating Human Smuggling and Trafficking Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk will now designate the bill.
H.R. 4574, offered by Mr. Correa, to direct the Secretary of Homeland Security to enhance border security by seeking to expand partnerships with appropriate law enforcement entities in Mexico and Central American and South American countries to combat human smuggling and trafficking operations in Mexico and such countries and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes to speak on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not Representative Correa, as you can tell, but he's tied up as ranking member on another committee that's meeting at this time, although we've been accused of having similar things. I'd like to thank you for recognizing me. I'd like to thank Representative Correa and Higgins for working together on this important piece of legislation. It's been shared before this committee that transnational criminal organizations operate human smuggling and trafficking networks that make $13 billion in profit. They are making record profits by exploiting desperate individuals and families seeking refuge or a better way of life in the United States. As we know, we are witnessing the largest mass movement of individuals around the world we've ever seen, and transnational criminal organizations are working to capitalize on that. Therefore, it's critical that the Department of Homeland Security continue to expand its efforts both at home and abroad to target the criminal groups who engage in human smuggling and trafficking. This bill will strengthen border security by directing DHS to establish and expand partnerships with law enforcement in Mexico and countries in Central America and South America to identify and disrupt human smuggling and trafficking operations. Specifically, this bill directs DHS to expand transnational criminal investigative units, which are comprised of foreign law enforcement personnel trained at U.S.-based law enforcement training centers. These units work alongside Homeland Security investigations in their home countries to collect evidence, investigate crimes, and arrest and prosecute individuals involved with illicit transnational activities. This bill also directs DHS to enhance its participation in the U.S.-Mexico bilateral human trafficking enforcement initiative. Even stronger participation in bilateral cooperation can strengthen investigations and prosecutions, assist victims, and better disrupt human trafficking networks. We cannot solve the scourge of human trafficking and smuggling on our own. We need the support and engagement of our foreign partners. That's why enhancing multilateral collaboration and information sharing is necessary to make our borders both safe while also safeguarding vulnerable families. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Mr. Higgins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm an original co-sponsor of this bill with my colleague, Mr. Correa, and I appreciate his leadership. I urge the committee to support the Cooperation on Combating Human Smuggling and Trafficking Act, which simply seeks to enhance border security by expanding partnerships with law enforcement entities in Mexico, Central America, and South America, specifically to combat human smuggling and trafficking operations. As the chair of the Border Security and Enforcement Subcommittee of this committee, I join Ranking Member Correa to combat human smuggling and trafficking. H.R. 4574 ensures that we're working with our partners and expanding cross-border transnational criminal investigative units to identify, disrupt, and support the persecution of human smuggling and human beings that have found themselves subject to massive trafficking operations, to work more closely with our law enforcement partners across the borders. We certainly face a human trafficking crisis at the southern border. Cartels have been emboldened and migrants have been victimized. The most vulnerable, including children, have become targets for cartels and violent gangs who prey upon them for forced labor and sexual exploitations and slavery. Criminal cartels prosper by exploiting the most vulnerable individuals. To the criminal cartels, each migrant is viewed as a commodity in which these criminal cartels are able to profit. And they've done very well with that. This bill will allow us to work more closely with legitimate law enforcement agencies and partners in Central and South America and Mexico. And that's a common sense approach to fighting back against this human trafficking. Mr. Chairman, we should ensure that the federal government is working with our partners in Mexico, Central America, and South America to combat this trafficking. Again, I thank Ranking Member Correa from my subcommittee and Ranking Member Thompson and you, Mr. Chairman, for support of this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? I appreciate Mr. Correa and Mr. Higgins working on this. Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 4574, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion is reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8675, the repair of the National Law Enforcement Telecommunications Systems Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8675, offered by Mr. Garbarino, to require the Transportation Security Administration conduct a study relating to the digitization of the law enforcement officer flying armed checkpoint data collection process and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I urge the committee to support the repair of the National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System Act, which will help the Transportation Security Administration better adapt to 21st century technology and leverage opportunities to utilize law enforcement officers on board commercial flights. TSA, in coordination with the airlines, retains a procedure that allows credentialed law enforcement officers to fly on commercial flights with their service weapons. Currently, an eligible law enforcement officer must present their credentials to the airline check-in desk and receive a physical pass from the airline that they then present to the transportation security officers at the TSA security checkpoint. The TSO then records the law enforcement officer in a physical logbook that lists all law enforcement officers who have passed through that checkpoint while carrying their service weapon. Once through security, the law enforcement officer must declare themselves to the gate agent and then to the flight crew once on board the aircraft. This process is not only technologically inefficient, but it also misses an opportunity to provide TSA a capability to bolster law enforcement presence on flights. None of the logbooks are digitized, making it difficult for TSA to have an accurate idea of how many credentialed law enforcement officers are flying with their service weapons. This hinders an opportunity for Federal Air Marshal Service, a component of TSA, to leverage the law enforcement officers to help police the skies and cover more flights. If the TSA had access to this data, the Federal Air Marshal's Service could use the data to more effectively plan their own operations and bolster the presence of Federal Air Marshals on board flights with credentialed law enforcement officers who volunteer to fly armed. This is why I introduced the repair of the National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System Act, which will require the TSA Administrator and the Federal Air Marshal Service Director to conduct a study on digital data collection process for credentialed law enforcement officers flying armed. Included in this study will projected timelines for when this digital data collection could begin and estimates of what would be required to digitize the current system. I'm pleased to be joined on this legislation by my fellow New Yorker and newest member to this committee, Congressman Tim Kennedy. Mr. Chairman, by passing this bill, we have an opportunity to help TSA adopt modern technology and increase the level of security in our skies. I urge you and my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 8675, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6229, the DHS Special Events Program and Support Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6229 to be offered by Ranking Member Thompson to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to authorize a program to assess the threat, vulnerability, and consequences of terrorism or other security threats as appropriate to certain events and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes to speak on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to support H.R. 6229, the DHS Special Events Program and Support Act, which was introduced by our former committee colleague, Congresswoman Dina Titus of Nevada, and Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina. We all know that the United States is home to some of the world's greatest events, from the Super Bowl to Formula One racing to rodeos and state fairs. Every one of these events requires state, local, tribal, and territorial officials to plan and manage security to prevent, mitigate, and respond to potential threats. H.R. 6229 would authorize the Special Event Assessment Rating Program, known as SEER program, within DHS. SEER measures the risk of a terrorist attack or other hazards as appropriate on a special event submitted by SLTT partner and helps coordinate resources for events with the most serious ratings. As we heard from former Atlanta Chief of Police Rodney Bryant during our Police Week hearing, the SEER program and DHS resources helped him secure the Super Bowl and college football playoff championships. More recently, and ongoing, the Cricket World Cup in Mr. D'Esposito's district is SEER rated. This program has done great work for public safety across our district, and it's time for Congress to authorize SEER. Authorizing the program will ensure DHS may continue providing risk assessment and support to certain pre-planned special events across the United States. Specifically, it requires DHS to assess the threat, vulnerability, and consequences of terrorism or other security threats at these special events. Also include a standard process for officials to request a special event rating that could result in direct support for security and situational awareness for the special event. Also maintain a risk-based methodology for assessing special event rating requests and allow for expedited assessment or reassessment of special events rating. This bill also authorizes the Secretary to provide, upon request, support for protection of such event. It establishes robust reporting and oversight requirements. And the bill requires that DHS carry out research and enhance security and situational awareness support so that DHS stays ahead of the threats to our public events in America. By enacting the DHS Special Events Program and Support Act, this committee will ensure that DHS is authorized to continue its work supporting SLTT efforts to protect the special events that bring together communities across the country. This authorization will strengthen Homeland Security and protect our greatest community events from terrorism or other security threats. Before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a statement by Representative Titus, the sponsor of the bill.
So ordered.
I yield back
Gentleman
my
yield.
colleagues' time.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 6229, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8645, the Improved Screening for Veterans and Passengers with Disabilities Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8645, offered by Mr. Tanadar, to improve airport security screening for certain veterans and passengers with disabilities and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar, is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Chairman. And I am so delighted to be here today working on so many bipartisan bills. My bill, the Improved Screening for Veterans and Passengers with Disability Act, will help improve the experience of going through Transportation Security Administration screening for passengers with disability, severe injuries, and medical conditions, including disabled veterans. These passengers often face challenges while traveling by air, including when going through TSA screening. TSA has worked to develop improved procedures for screening disabled passengers, but sometimes struggles to ensure officers receive sufficient training on these procedures. In a 2022 report, the Government Accountability Office noted that TSA does not require officers to take training specifically dedicated to screening passengers with disability. That is why my bill requires TSA to provide standalone training on screening passengers with disability and medical conditions to all officers on an annual basis. TSA must also review and update such training every 2 years in consultation with veterans and disability organizations. My bill also requires TSA to ensure that passengers with a disability or medical condition who are enrolled in the TSA pre-check expedited screening program receive the expedited screening they are entitled to, even if they arrive at a screening lane dedicated to disabled passengers rather than a pre-check lane. In addition, my bill requires TSA to work with the Department of Veterans Affairs to allow severely injured and disabled veterans who qualify for the TSA pre-check program to enroll at no cost. Importantly, the bill stipulates that enrollment for qualifying veterans will be funded through appropriations so that they will not result in increased enrollment fees for other passengers. Taken together, the provisions in this bill will improve the experience of going through TSA screening for passengers with disabilities and medical conditions. including veterans who have honorably served our nation. I wish to thank Congressman Lalota for partnering with me on this important legislation, and I thank my colleagues on both sides for supporting this bill today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? I thank the gentleman for offering this bill, especially as a veteran myself. I deeply appreciate it. Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 8645, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8662, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8662, offered by Mr. Kennedy, to reduce commuting burdens on Transportation Security Administration employees and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm proud to sponsor H.R. 8662, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act. I want to thank you, Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson, for including this bill in today's markup, as well as Congressman Garbarino for joining me in leading this effort. As we all know, the Transportation Security Administration is a critical law enforcement arm within our nation's transportation system. As the former chair of the New York State Senate Transportation Committee and someone who frequently flies throughout the country, I've seen firsthand, as many of you have as well, the challenges that TSA employees face as they work to screen millions of passengers daily while securing our aviation systems. And as the representative of New York's 26th Congressional District, I'm honored to represent many of those hardworking TSA employees who protect us from terrorist threats, both domestically and abroad. Most everyone who flies knows a thing or two about the hassle of getting to the airport on time, parking their car, going through security, and making it just on time for a flight. But if you ever stop to consider how a transportation security officer, the person who screens passengers and people throughout the world, gets to work, you'd be very surprised. Many of them have to wake up before the crack of dawn or take multiple forms of transportation before they even clock in for the day. Each airport is its own little city, and many of them are located far from livable communities where transportation security officers can afford housing. Due to their shift in times, many officers must arrive or depart from the airport late at night or early in the morning when transit options are more limited. In other cases, they must combat all the crowds and traffic around the airport at peak travel times. Once they arrive at the airport, TSA employees often must park in employee lots and wait for regular shuttles or light rail to the terminal or walk long distances from bus and transit stops before finally arriving at the particular security checkpoint where they can clock in for work. According to the Government Accountability Office, these officers have reported that just getting from the parking lot to the checkpoint to clock in for work can take as long as 45 minutes. And if these hardworking Americans are just a few minutes late to clock in, they can face discipline and punishment. My bill would help address these challenges by directing TSA to conduct a feasibility study on allowing employees to clock in for work upon arrival at the airport lots and bus and transit stops by relying on their mobile phones and location data. Doing so would reduce commuting costs and improve quality of life for employees, while allowing TSA leadership to manage the workforce appropriately and maintain order and discipline. This study will help both TSA and Congress gain insight into ways to address these challenges and the potential costs and benefits of pursuing an innovative program along these lines. Thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working with me to develop this legislation, and I ask for my colleagues' support in advancing this bill today. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 8662, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8631, the Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8631, offered by Mr. Jimenez, to prohibit the Secretary of Homeland Security from procuring certain foreign-made batteries and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Jimenez for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8631, offered by Mr. Jimenez.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered base text for purpose of further amendment. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Green, for calling up my bill, H.R. 8631. This bill comes at an important time as we look to decouple from China in all facets of our life. My legislation resembles Section 154 of the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act legislation enacted into law, which prohibited the Department of Defense from procuring batteries from 6 major companies owned or operated in the People's Republic of China. The NDAA legislation was a non-controversial bipartisan product that passed. H.R. 8631 builds on those previous efforts and prohibits the use of DHS funds for purchasing battery technology produced by PRC-aligned Chinese companies. In doing so, we have another opportunity to advance efforts to decouple our supply critically important materials from Communist China and send a demand signal to our own domestic industry. Communist China currently produces approximately 80% of the world's batteries and around 70% of the world's lithium-ion batteries, which leaves U.S. supply chains vulnerable and our national security at risk. Newly discovered information by the Select Committee on China has revealed that at least 2 of these companies, CATL, C-A-T-L, and Goshen High Tech, are affiliated with Xinjiang Production and Construction Corporation, a paramilitary and state-owned system, and the only entity expressly named in the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act statute due to its participation in the barbaric and inhumane forced labor practices against the Uyghur minority. Xinjiang Production and Construction Corp. has been sanctioned by the United States for their ongoing human rights abuses and genocide against Uyghur Muslims and other ethnic minorities within Xinjiang. The Department of Homeland Security should not be using our tax dollars to help facilitate human rights abuses or subsidize companies that profit off of slave labor. Furthermore, there are legitimate counterintelligence and national security concerns related to PRC-based battery companies and their dominance of the supply chain. We have previously seen Communist China attempt to create and exploit technological dependencies to achieve their strategic goals. There are concerns that CATL and other similar Chinese entities could install malware on electric vehicles and intelligence gathering sensors, which could result in gathering sensitive information about their owners, as well as the possibility of a shutdown of EV charging networks, battery energy storage systems, and even possibly disabling targeted vehicles through hardware infiltration, presenting security vulnerabilities. Last year, reports indicated that the CATL installed its batteries at facilities in Florida, Virginia, Nevada, and California, as well as a solar farm on leased land inside the U.S. Military Corps Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. Thankfully, the energy storage batteries produced by CATL at Camp Lejeune have been decommissioned following increased pressure from Congress. The Pentagon's decision to remove the CATL batteries from Camp Lejeune made it clear that we should not buy CATL batteries due to security concerns and demonstrates their possible vulnerabilities and why we should not include these batteries in other parts of our critical infrastructure. We must proactively stay ahead and address these threats. We were late to recognize PRC Huawei threat, and we cannot afford to do the same thing again. I would like to get ahead of a few comments that you might hear today about the process and other apparent concerns regarding legislation. First, someone may claim that DHS has not provided sufficient feedback on this legislation. That is not true. The committee sent the proposal to DHS on April 8th. DHS provided edits and comments on April 25th, and then again on May 30th. The committee incorporated nearly all of DHS's inputs. Moreover, DHS has not objected to this legislation. Second, some may claim that this legislation impacts the so-called electric vehicle movement. This is misleading. This legislation advances efforts to invest in American battery supply chain to build a sufficient domestic industrial base that is not reliant on PRC-aligned Chinese companies. Even the Biden administration has sought to expand domestic production capacity of batteries and battery minerals. Third, there are no alternatives to these PRC-aligned Chinese companies, and the alternatives available are too costly. There are dozens of Western companies that compete with PRC-aligned cattle and produce batteries that are sustainably produced or sourced. These companies do not present the security risk posed by PRC-manufactured batteries. GM Defense is one such company that already provides alternatives. Further, any concerns about cost ought to be outweighed about national security risks when dealing with a PRC. Fourth, insufficient due diligence has been done to consider this legislation, and therefore we cannot move this legislation now. That is also not true. The committee engaged DHS and other relevant stakeholders. This legislation is consistent with existing DoD restrictions while strengthening the waiver process to ensure that any administration is held accountable and does not abuse the waiver process. Further, the prohibition does not go into effect until October 1st of 2027, 3 years from now, which provides ample time for DHS. In fact, DHS expressed their appreciation that this legislation is aligned with the current timelines of the DoD restrictions. I encourage all members to support this legislation. It is high time we take seriously the national security risks associated with PRC-aligned Chinese companies and for us to further efforts in America's battery supply chain to build an adequate and independent domestic industrial base. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Ivy's not here. I want to thank Mr. Ivy for assisting in this. We'll go to amendments on the roster. Amendment 5, Mr. Swazi. Hearing none, it's now in order to consider Amendment 5 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Swazi on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8631, offered by Mr. Swazi. At the end of the following report, not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall submit to the Committee on Homeland Security.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Mr. Jimenez for this bill. This is a great idea to do this. We have to stop any sort of products coming out of the Xinjiang region where so many people are being abused, the Uyghur people are being abused. We have to stop the Chinese from having access to our technology with the malware, as you pointed out, as a possible thing that they're doing. And we need to prod the U.S. industry to expand domestic production of batteries. So I want to thank you so much for introducing this bill. It's a great idea. My amendment would add a requirement that the Secretary of Homeland Security be required to submit a report within 180 days, 6 months, which is long before your bill would take place, on the anticipated impacts to DHS's mission and the costs associated with carrying out this bill. The report must include information on the mission and cost impacts to CBP, including the Border Patrol, ICE, including Homeland Security investigations, the Secret Service, TSA, the Coast Guard, FEMA, and other key components within DHS. When it comes to ensuring that DHS purchases support our national security and economic advantage, Democrats and Republicans agree. This is something that we must be doing. So while, again, very much like the concept of Mr. Jimenez's bill, what's missing from the bill is what concerns me, and I'm just suggesting this one addition. We need to have the DHS do a report on how this prohibition of Chinese-made batteries will impact the DHS budget and its mission. Is the DHS currently purchasing batteries that would be banned by the bill? If so, what's it using them for? Do those batteries, in fact, pose a threat? For example, malware from the Xinjiang region, the different things that Mr. Jimenez enumerated. Can the DHS source a sufficient number of batteries from other suppliers if needed? What's the cost difference between a battery made in China and a battery made in the US or by an allied nation? How will DHS fund such a cost difference? How could this bill impact planned DHS initiatives? We don't know the answer to these questions. So my amendment would help DHS to figure out these things before the prohibition actually goes into effect. That gives us here in Congress a chance to help DHS transition to these non-Chinese made batteries, which we all seek that objective, by addressing any unanticipated negative impacts. For example, we could use the report to figure out where they could get the funds to pay for higher cost batteries if necessary. Or we could give the DHS flexibility, and I know your waiver does that also in many ways, to exempt certain agencies if critical operations are going to be impacted. And I know the last anything anybody on this committee wants to do is to have an unfunded mandate that we can't actually implement. So I urge my colleagues to add this amendment to the bill. With that, I thank the chair and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment nature of a substitute? Mr. Jimenez, you are recognized.
I do not support the amendment to the amendment. We've already asked TSA and DHS to give us a report outlining any issues they may have or any impact that my legislation would create for them.
Mr. Chairman, could I find out where we could see a copy of that so we can read that?
So the question would be, would the gentleman yield? And the answer is yes. So go ahead, Mr. Swazi.
Committee staff is engaged with DHS on this issue, and you can see whatever they're producing. Yes.
Yes, if you have some sort of report or something like that they gave.
We're waiting for the report to come back. So we've asked for this information, and we're waiting for that to come back. And we'll be happy to share that information with you.
Yeah, so should we wait until we get the report before we vote on this, or should we just add my amendment, which you're getting a report like this anyway, so that my amendment would just require that they do what you're asking for already, and that way we'll be required that they give us that report before it actually becomes enacted?
Let's start the clock on this, and I will allow Mr. Jimenez, the time is it's yielded to you. You're asking him, so you're yielding back for him to answer. Go ahead, Mr. Jimenez.
I think we just need to move forward with this legislation, to be honest with you. You're asking for something we already asked for, but we need to move forward with this legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Luttrell for 5 minutes.
Does committee staff have a timeline on when that report is due, like a hard date by chance?
Stand by.
Is it inside the 180 days that Mr. Swazi is asking for, or is it post 180?
The gentleman yields to Mr. Jimenez.
The reports from staff is that we'll get it back before the 180 days.
The gentleman yields to Mr. Swazi.
Will the gentleman yield? Yes. Yeah. I'm just requesting that we do an amendment that requires the DHS to give the report that you guys are waiting for so that we can actually have this information before the bill is actually implemented. That's, it's kind of the same thing. We're kind of saying the same thing. It's not, I don't even know that this is worth fighting for. I'm asking for a report that answers the exact questions that you've asked for. That's all.
So the time is Mr. Luttrell's.
So in my opinion, this makes sense to me because as hard as it is for us to get reports back from DHS, that puts a hard date on it.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak on the amendment? Ms. Green, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should move forward on a vote on this. I can't imagine anyone on this committee being pro-China or for their battery companies. I think this is a good piece of legislation. Prohibits the Department of Defense from procuring batteries from 6 major companies owned and operated in the People's Republic of China, including Contemporary Amperex Technology Company and Goshen High Tech. I think the bill prohibits the use of DHS funds for purchasing battery technology
produced by PRC-aligned Chinese companies. This bill includes waivers if the batteries procured do not pose a national security data or infrastructure risk to the United States, among other requirements. I think the American people have been clear, and we've seen it time and time again. We can't trust China, and China is dominating the world's battery production. And I think this is important for us to move forward. I don't see why we need to.
Point of clarification, though, just if I could, if the gentlelady would yield, we're on the amendment on the report, not on the bill.
Right. I just want to say, I think this is such an important national security issue. We can move forward and vote on this. I agree with Mr. Jimenez.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I'm going to recognize myself for just a second. If we put this into this amendment, so we accept Mr. Swazi's amendment, this report demand doesn't begin until this bill becomes law, meaning we have to schedule the floor, we have to pass it on the floor, we have to then send it to the Senate, they have to hear it in committee, then it has to go to the Senate and get passed to the Senate, and assuming it doesn't get amended and have to go to conference and come back to here, we have a request for them, actually a somewhat of a demand, that they get this information to us. I think this is superfluous, personally. So I'll be against the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield. Mr. Swazi, I think you've been recognized already, so what you'll need to, Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized, and I'm assuming you're yielding to Mr. Swazi.
I will in a second. I'll just say, I mean, this is one of those things where I think people look at us and kind of wonder what's going on here. I mean, it's a very reasonable amendment asking for this information. It in no way would slow down the implementation of the bill should it be passed, and I want to highlight that, as Mr. Swazi said. And if what we're saying is, we already asked for some of the information, so we don't need to ask for it again, well, I appreciate that our colleagues across the aisle are expressing so much confidence in the DHS leadership, and I agree with that. But why not put a deadline on it, right? So what are we even doing here? And with that, Mr. Swazi, if you'd like me to yield, I'm happy.
Mr. Swazi is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I don't disagree with anything, and this is it's hard for me to say, but that Congresswoman Green said, and I don't disagree with anything Mr. Jimenez said, and I don't disagree with anything the chairman has said. This bill, under the current construction, is not implemented until 2027. So all the talk about the delay, it doesn't take effect until 2027. I'm just asking that the DHS give us a report as the impacts of how this will be implemented. Mr. Jimenez is a former mayor of a major county in the United States of America, larger than most states. He knows what it's like to run a big, complex agency. Getting a report like this written will just help with the implementation of it. I don't need to debate it any further. I don't see why we're arguing about this. It's a pretty straightforward thing, an easy way to get us on your team. So I don't need to debate it any further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Magaziner, the time is still yours.
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Swalwell for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I appreciate the chairman's intent here. I have recently successfully put language into the FAA reauthorization, which essentially bans any of our airports using their funds, federal funds, for their transportation or infrastructure projects that would be sourced from China. I've written legislation that's bipartisan with Mr. Reschenthaler that creates a production tax credit in the area of critical minerals so that we can compete and counter China's illegal practices in this area. I support the amendment here because knowing law enforcement's concerns about this, I want to make sure we understand the impact. And we see this locally in the drone space, Mr. Chairman, where, again, because we're behind on drone manufacturing and the materials needed for drones, our law enforcement still have search and rescue and SWAT needs, and so they've procured drones that, unfortunately, the cheapest and only place to find it comes from China. And they would love more than anything to support American-made manufacturers if that was affordable. And so in the NDAA, they are facing a similar challenge there with some legislation that's going to make it hard for them to do their job. And so I think what Mr. Swazi is asking is let's just understand the impact here before, and especially with kind of a 3-year lead before implementation, to make sure that our first responders and those who rely on this technology know what's going to happen. I would also like to just indulge the chairman to enter into the record a letter from the California fire chiefs. And it's actually not in regard to this legislation, but it's a June 11 letter from the California Fire Chiefs Association regarding the NDAA and the Countering Drones Act there. And it raises essentially the same concerns that I raised that we've seen from first responders. So again, I appreciate the intent here. We should do everything we can to counter China, but we just want to understand as we do that, does that limit us and put us in a worse position as we try and keep the borders secure, as we try and keep the homeland secure? And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Higgins, you are recognized.
I appreciate
On the amendment to the amendment.
On the amendment to the amendment and the rest of the amendments to the amendment. I'm going to oppose them all. They appear to be a coordinated effort to obstruct the intent of the underlying bill, which is a well-written bill mandating that the Department of Homeland Security not use money that's appropriated through Congress to buy batteries produced by companies controlled by Communist Chinese Party-run entities. I mean, it is. May I ask my friend and colleague, Mr. Swazi, do you intend, if your amendment fails, do you intend to support the underlying bill or not?
The gentleman yields to Mr. Swazi. You're recognized.
Yeah, it's probably I won't support it.
There you go.
I'll have to think about it, but I just want to make it very clear, Mr. Higgins.
So reclaiming my time.
Let me just, the
I'm
gentleman yields, so I
just
can just
saying.
take a comment on what you're saying, Mr. Higgins?
Well, I believe it's
Mr.
my
Higgins,
time.
I don't think
It
I have to
is,
prove
it
my...
is your time. It is Mr. Higgins'
It's my
time.
time.
I didn't yield back. You yielded to me.
He can reclaim if it's his time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my time. And I'm just saying, my brother, you always give a straight answer. You gave a straight answer just now. I appreciate that. What I'm saying is all these amendments are structured to delay, require a report, contingent upon the certification of the secretary.
Will the gentleman yield?
List maintained in a
Will the
moment.
gentleman yield?
List maintained by the Department of Homeland, a list. Nothing in the bill can be construed to prohibit the procurement of electric vehicles. Strategy for procuring batteries. Amendment after amendment after amendment after amendment designed to delay the Congress taking action to stop DHS from using federal money to buy Chinese communist batteries. Can we not just agree that we shouldn't be buying communist Chinese batteries? And I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak? You're recognized.
I yield.
Gentlelady yields to Mr. Swazi.
Yeah, I really shouldn't, thank you, thank the gentlelady. I shouldn't have to do this to prove my bona fides. I'm the founder and the chair of the Uyghur Caucus, has tried to expose the abuses of the Chinese Communist Party to America and the world as to what they're doing in their forced labor camps. I was appointed by the Speaker as a member of the Executive Commission on China and have been trying to expose the nefarious actions by the Chinese Communist Party, not only in Xinjiang, but in Tibet, in Hong Kong, in Taiwan. I'm the first member of the Democratic Party that came out publicly to say that I would support Speaker Johnson in his role as Speaker if he put the bill on the floor to support the Indo-Pacific, because it's such an important part of our strategy that we have to face here. I don't have to prove my bona fides here. The bottom line is we should not be buying Chinese Communist Party batteries. You're absolutely right about that, Mr. Higgins. Nothing in this amendment that I have proposed will delay the implementation of Mr. Jimenez's thoughtful bill in any way whatsoever. The enaction of this bill is for 2027. I'm simply asking that there be a requirement that the DHS prepare a report that talks about what the impacts of this bill will be, so that, like the California fire departments that Mr. Swalwell mentioned, and the Department of Defense has said, when seeking a waiver from the Department of Defense regarding batteries for the Department of Defense, said, listen, let's just see how this is going to impact our operations so that we can implement it in a certain way. We've got to get exactly to where Mr. Jimenez is saying. We should not be buying batteries from the Chinese Communist Party or any companies like that. You're right about that. But let's not screw up our law enforcement process, our procedures in the process. Let's have a thoughtful way of doing it. And let's do it together as a team, Democrats and Republicans. It's a simple, straightforward request that does not delay the building in any way, does not hurt the mission that Mr. Jimenez has laid out in his bill whatsoever. And if we had just gotten this report that Mr. Jimenez referenced earlier that we have not gotten yet already, we probably wouldn't even be in this situation. The report that you said, we've asked them for it, but we haven't gotten it yet. If we had that report already, we wouldn't even be in this situation. So I yield back. Thank you very much.
Ms. Ramirez?
And I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
I yield to the gentleman, Mr. Magazine.
You're out of time, so someone else would need to.
Sorry.
Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
I yield.
The gentleman yields to Mr. Magaziner.
No, I would just suggest that this is a good faith effort by Mr. Swazi at bipartisanship here. And as I've listened to this debate, I have not heard a single argument for why this would not be useful information for us to have and the public to have. I have not heard an argument for how this would delay or obstruct the implementation of the bill. And so, in a Congress that has gained the reputation for being hyper-partisan, this is an opportunity for my friends across the aisle to show that you don't have to be hyper-partisan. You can agree to a bipartisan amendment that is reasonable, that enhances the bill and does not undermine it. And, let's show the public that we're capable of working together on the most basic things. And so I applaud Mr. Swazi at his attempt to introduce a reasonable bipartisan amendment. And, I hope that my friends across the aisle will see this as an opportunity in that vein. And I'll yield back to Mr. Carter.
Gentleman yields.
I yield.
The gentleman, Mr. Carter yields. Would anyone else care to make a comment? Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go on record supporting this amendment to the amendment presented by Mr. Swazi. This is a common sense approach to creating a piece of legislation and making it better. And to me, this is just a simple way to get more information and create an opportunity for us to work together to make this bill one that I believe we can all rally around. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me go on record for the Democrats on the committee that Mr. Swazi's amendment does nothing for the timeline of the bill. It is just information that this committee could benefit from if it had it. That's not required by the current piece of legislation. So if anything, it strengthens the overall piece of legislation. I yield to the gentleman from the rest of the time, gentleman from New York.
I just want to ask.
Gentleman yields, Mr. Swazi.
Just ask a simple question, Mr. Chairman. Maybe Mr. Jimenez has the answer. Who does the Department of Homeland Security buy batteries from now?
I'm sure they buy batteries from all over the place, and I'm sure they're buying Chinese
Do we know who they buy batteries from?
This prohibits them from buying it from the Communist Chinese Party.
Do we know if they do buy
This
batteries?
prohibits them from buying them from
Do
the
we know
people
if they
that
buy
you
batteries
say-
from them now?
This prohibits them from buying them from the people that you say.
So nobody
are-
knows.
Hold on. I got the floor. No back and forth here. Let's recognize when you're recognized, that's when you speak. And I think Mr. Jimenez was answering the question. Mr. Swazi, and you yield back, and Mr. Swazi, the time is yours right now. Or actually, it's Mr. Thompson's, but you're recognized.
I just want to ask a very simple question, which I think highlights the common sense approach of this bill. Who does the Department of Homeland Security buy batteries from now? I think Mr. Jimenez said they probably buy them from a lot of people. Okay, it would be good to know, are they buying batteries from...
Would the gentleman yield?
Does the
I mean, the gentleman yielded to me.
Okay.
So if the report came back that they were buying them from China, and we don't want them to buy from China, and we pass a bill that says you can't buy from China, What difference does the report make?
We need to know which companies they're buying them from. Are they from the Xinjiang region? Are they batteries that are being used with malware, as Mr. Jimenez pointed out? Are they batteries that we can't, say they're being used for some piece of technology right now that is essential to the law enforcement mission of DHS. And if we didn't have those batteries available until they get replaced by a U.S. domestic manufacturer or by one of our allies, we don't want to shut down our law enforcement operations. Let's just get a report.
You reclaiming it? Mr. Thompson's reclaiming his time.
The bill, one of the amendments is intended to fix even that problem, Mr. Swazi. The bill says you can't buy from certain companies. It doesn't say you can't buy from Chinese companies like that. So I'm trying, one of the things we're trying to do is fix the bill so we accomplish exactly what we want to do. It lists 6 companies that you can't buy from, but we don't know if those 6 companies are presently being acquired batteries by DHS because we don't have any information. You're trying to get the information with your report, but even when we had it, another amendment we will discuss shortly will say, don't just limit it to these companies you listed in the bill. Let's stop everybody. So there's a way we can strengthen the bill, so if it's all the Chinese companies, we'll do that. But your bill does not say all the Chinese companies. And that's to come a little later with some other amendments. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Strong, who's yielding to Mr. Jimenez.
This bill is a preemptive bill. It forbids us buying batteries from those companies, those PRC companies. So, you know, the question of where they're buying their batteries now, I would assume they're buying batteries from, there's no prohibition of where they buy their batteries from. This prohibits them from buying them from these companies. So, yeah.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes,
I understand this bill was patterned after a Department of Defense bill that was in the NDAA.
Exactly. And it's,
Is it correct then that the DOD had certified that these companies were suspicious and therefore they, as the Department of Defense, were not going to buy from these 6 companies?
this bill passed unanimously in the NDAA, bipartisan bill, just almost exactly the same bill.
So it's my understanding then that the Department of Defense has said these 6 companies are bad and therefore we shouldn't buy for the Department of Defense. And what you've done is taken that information and applied it to DHS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood. So these 6 companies have been ruled by the Department of Defense as suspicious and maybe they hadn't found it, but they suspect that they could because of their associations, and therefore the Department of Defense said, we're not buying those. And it passed unanimously, 100% Republican, 100% Democrat, right? And then you said, well, we'll do that for Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, but
That's right.
Hold on. I yield to Mr. Jimenez.
Yes, this is patterned after the NDAA. It's law right now. And that's all it is, and it's preemptive.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jimenez, may I?
Does the gentleman yield?
Well, I just find it curious, though, that, I will in a second. I find it curious, though, that after saying how much you care about the Uyghurs, and that this specifically targets a company that's using Uyghur slave labor to produce the batteries, that when my colleague, Mr. Higgins, asked you if you're going to vote for the underlying bill, you said no. Well, I just found that really interesting.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman
Yes, I will.
yields.
Under the Forced Labor Prevention Act, they should be prohibited already. We don't need this bill. That company should be prohibited. If there are batteries being produced in the Xinjiang region, they should be prohibited under existing law. We don't need to pass another law for that particular company. However, as Mr. Thompson pointed out, this is limited to 6 companies. There could be other companies as well that we should be looking at. In addition, under the Department of Defense bill, that was passed, there was a blanket waiver. The bill provided for a blanket waiver for them not to follow the law because they didn't want it to impact our warfighting capabilities. Same as we wouldn't want to affect our warfighting capabilities, we wouldn't want it to affect our law enforcement or homeland security capabilities.
I'll reclaim my time. We worked with DHS on this, on the waiver, and this they're fine with the waiver language that we have drafted.
My staff is telling me that will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll yield for a little while, yeah.
Very
Go ahead.
quickly, my staff is just saying that the DHS requested the full waiver. But again, this is about a 180-day report that will be required to be submitted long before the 2027 implementation of this law. Okay.
Like I said, the DHS.
Gentleman reclaims.
This is not a
I
good
reclaim the time. Again, DHS, we provided the waiver language, and DHS is fine with the waiver language that we have in the bill.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? If there's no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Mr. Swazi. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to.
For a recorded.
A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 4 to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Ms. Ramirez on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8631 offered by Mrs. Ramirez. Amend subsection A of...
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Look, we all know that the United States government is the largest single purchaser of goods and services in the world, and that we yield significant economic power and influence. It also means that we have an immense responsibility to make sure that how we use our power and influence is consistent with our values and our goals. It's why my fellow Democrats and I support the intent of Mr. Jimenez's bill, which aims to prevent federal dollars from supporting undemocratic and corrupt governments and to build up on an industrial manufacturing base here at home. And I think that all of us could agree that bringing these jobs back to our communities is both good for our economy and it's also good for national security. However, as we've been discussing for the last 30, 40 minutes, there are many unanswered questions about the extent to which DHS uses the batteries being banned by this bill and the availability of alternative supply chains that can meet DHS needs. This bill, as was already mentioned, is word by word copy and paste of a law that passed last year prohibiting DOD from procuring batteries from the same 6 Chinese companies by October 1, 2027. The one key difference is that this bill lacks full waiver authority. So given the unknowns, Congress provided the Secretary of Defense an absolute waiver. The Secretary of Homeland Security is not being provided the same authority, even though Congress is still waiting for the analysis of the domestic alternatives for batteries. And we have to ensure that DHS can successfully carry out its operations by providing the department flexibility as we expand industrial manufacturing here at home to address the limited number of battery suppliers. My amendment, it replaces the October 2027 implementation date in the bill and instead requires DHS to implement the bill requirements 30 days after the Secretary certifies there are alternative suppliers that can provide a sufficient number of batteries without adversely impacting its operations, but no later than 2029. Should we be accelerating a transition to support domestic industrial manufacturing? Absolutely, we should be doing that. And if the alternative batteries are available, my amendment would actually accelerate the implementation of the bill. But it also provides the U.S. government additional 2 years until 2029 to help build up America's manufacturing capacity should DHS not be immediately, let me just say it again, should DHS not be immediately able to find a sufficient supply of affordable batteries made by suitable companies. So, folks, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that ensures DHS can fully and successfully invest in domestically made batteries without having an adverse impact on DHS operations. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields, and before I open it up for others to speak on her amendment, Mr. Swalwell asked earlier to have a report placed into the record, and I missed that. So now, so ordered. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This doesn't go directly to this particular amendment or one of the ones that's offered, but I think it does go to the chairman's or the ranking member's point about we could use some more information with respect to this, maybe a hearing. In my district is a company called Ion that has developed new technology that doesn't use lithium batteries, but instead has a ceramic model that seems to be more efficient, that does not contain the materials that we get from China, and also helps to address some of the issues with respect to slave labor. We had a hearing, Subcommittee Chairman Bishop isn't here at the moment. We've had 2 hearings actually on this issue where these materials are mined by slave labor or forced labor out of Africa. They go through China and then come to the United States, frequently in products like our phones and laptops and the like, that are using the same material and technology that these batteries do. The short version of this is that it appears the United States has a technology that will allow us to leapfrog the lithium battery approach that's more efficient, more effective, and could help the United States build on the lead that we have in this technology, because to the best of our knowledge, China doesn't have it yet. I think, oh, and by the way, this company is called Ion, as I mentioned, is already getting contracts from the federal government as they build up their manufacturing capacity. Defense Department and the like are already retaining them, and also they've got commercial sales that are going as well. One of the things I think we should consider as a committee before we put in a ban like this, for the reasons that have been stated, I think, in part, since, as to the best of my knowledge, we haven't figured out what the impact would be with Homeland Security. But I think a more important issue in the long run is, why don't we take advantage of the technology that we already have that's superior to the technology that China has, and instead of trying to beat them by suppressing sales or the market, outflank them and leapfrog the technology that they're using with the technology that we've already developed here and are rapidly expanding. I think, I mean, I know there are political differences on the committee and everything, and sometimes we disagree, and we can disagree without being disagreeable, but I don't really get this one. I don't know why we wouldn't at least pause and take a look and see what the federal government is, through its procurement process, has already started working on. And by the way, the government has already provided assistance in helping them expand and build the product through grants from the federal government as well. That are programs that are in place, and for example, maybe we could expand those programs and the funding so we could build on it more rapidly. So, to my colleague on the other side who offered this language, I appreciate your goal here, and I'm not sure I would say I disagree with it per se. I think we've got a better path forward, though, that would make sense for the United States to pursue from an economic standpoint, from a technological standpoint, and from a competitive standpoint, and a national security standpoint. And so I hope that you all will consider adopting an amendment. The one that's pending right now, I think, would at least give us some additional time as a Congress to take a look at the possible impact of what this might do, but also look at the possibility of how this additional technology might provide us a better route for the United States of America. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on this amendment? If there are no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not agreed to. Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Amendment 2, Mr. Thompson. It is now in order to consider Amendment 2 to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the ranking member, Mr. Thompson, on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment to HR 8631, offered by Ranking Member Thompson, number 002, in Section 2B.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I strongly support the intent of this bill, which is to ensure America's security and reduce reliance from our adversaries. However, a narrow prohibition that would be easy to get around is not the best way to do this. This bans DHS from purchasing batteries from 6 named Chinese companies, but does not consider subsidiaries of those companies or any new companies. We also don't know which batteries DHS is buying to know which to ban. Also, China is not only an adversary or competitor, it wasn't long ago that my Republican colleagues recognized the dangers posed by Russia. My amendment would ban DHS from procuring batteries from bad actors and not just China. Specifically, it would ban entities believed to be using Uyghur forced labor, which we all agree is bad. It identifies by the Secretary of Defense as Chinese military companies, and any entity on the list maintained by the Commerce Department as having engaged in activities contrary to the U.S. national security or foreign policy interests. I'd also note my amendment bans the subsidiaries of those entities, which this bill fails to do. I do hope that before this bill advances any further, we can make changes like those in my amendment to strengthen America's supply chain resilience. I also want to support what my colleague from Maryland talked about. It also encourages the department to look at alternate companies and alternate technologies to get us there faster. But right now, what we've done, we've not identified all of the bad actors. We've just picked out 6 companies and said we're not going to do business with these 6 companies. And I'm trying to say, if we don't want to do business with anybody in China who's making batteries, let's say that and get it over with. But if you name just 6 companies, if they change the name of the company to a subsidiary company, we can still buy batteries from them. So my amendment is simple. It just gets us to the point that we put to print exactly what people are saying. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to talk on the amendment. You know, one of the problems we have in our government is the siloed approach, and I think this has been consistent throughout the last administration, the administration before it, on this approach to China, where you have the defense, the national security guys saying one thing, and you got commerce saying another. So particularly the list that's been mentioned in this amendment doesn't even include the 6 companies we're talking about. So while we want to try to widen it out, we're actually leaving out the 6 companies that DOD has decided are bad. So, I mean, not that I wouldn't want to widen it. This actually doesn't accomplish what the bill's trying to do with designated companies that DOD has identified. So the 6 companies we're trying to block here aren't included in the list that Commerce has. And I blame this on every administration, because Commerce and DOD can't seem to get, you know, Commerce is like, good, let's go do business with China. DOD's like, no, they're our enemy. And this has been a problem in Republican administrations and Democrat administrations. So while I appreciate the desire to expand, this wording doesn't even include the 6 companies. And this amendment at the end strikes the waiver, kind of sneaks it in at the bottom. So that I have a problem with. And with that, I yield. Does anybody else wish to speak? Mr. Jimenez, you're recognized.
I think what the ranking member is trying to do is actually something that I would consider on this, keeping the 6 companies that we've specifically stated and then expanding the list. I think it's something that we could work on. So I don't know what the process of that would be at this point. I don't want to delay this legislation.
Well, the process would be the 2 of you going back and working on his amendment, I guess, to meet your specifications, And we could move to the next amendment if y'all wanted to work that out. We've done that many times in this committee before. I love it when the two groups get together and go in the back room and figure it out.
Yeah,
the time is still yours.
Anything to expand that list, not dealing with, the CCP and the Communist Chinese Party, to, keep the 6, but then expand that list, I think that would be amenable. I mean, that's obviously what I'm trying to get to, is for us to decouple from the Communist Chinese Party and PRC-controlled entities in China. That's what we're trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I hope that's what this committee's trying to do, too.
Do you yield, do you yield your time? Are you done?
I yield my time.
Okay, the gentleman yields. Mr. Ivy, you're recognized.
On this specific
on this,
point?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I don't think you've spoken on this amendment, so you have 5 minutes.
Yes,
Yep.
but I won't need 5, but this is exactly what the subcommittee hearing covered that I referenced a few minutes ago. So Subcommittee Chairman Bishop has had 2 hearings on this issue that deals with the Uyghur Statute. And his focus was on textiles and its impact on North Carolina, but, trade generally, because the forced labor that's used in China allows them to ship it over to the United States. But the point on this is, to the ranking member's point, one of the issues that the government has raised is that they just form new entities. So when they identify a new, company X is the problem, where company X just morphs into company Y, potentially, and they just keep doing the same thing. And to the point of the government silo, there's actually in the statute a task force of 15 agencies to address this issue that's already in place. My concern is that it's actually too big, but it includes the Department of Justice and Commerce and others. My suggestion, I know Chairman Bishop's over in the Judiciary Committee hearing, because I just saw him over there when I left. But I think if you guys are gonna, my suggestion, obviously the author of the underlying amendment doesn't have to take us up on it, but Congressman Bishop's done a fair amount of work on this. And I think, incorporating his thoughts on it, and I've got some thoughts on it too, would make sense. I still don't support the underlying goal of the bill, because as I mentioned earlier, I think there's a better way that technology allows us to circumvent this whole issue if we build on this quickly and wisely. But if you're gonna do this, make sure we're covering more than just the 6 entities, because as soon as this bill hits the floor, they'll have, variations of those 6 before the ink is dry. So, and with that,
Yeah, we can do that. They'll go.
I think that's a good idea.
I don't, did you want, should I yield you time, Mr. Chairman? Or?
No, I think what we'll do, are you done?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so you're
yes,
yielding.
I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. So I think what the ranking member and I just discussed is that we suspend on this and have a discussion, or either move on to the next amendment and come back to this, roll this amendment, and so I guess procedurally, parliamentary procedure, you guys, ranking member, you'd have to withdraw or we'd have to suspend, and I'm comfortable with either.
Mr. Chairman, can I just real quick?
You're recognized.
On the amendment, I'm very glad to see that, there's some collaboration happening to, potentially strengthen the bill along what the ranking member has proposed. And I would just kindly suggest that while those conversations are happening, maybe we take a second look at Mr. Swazi's amendment as well, which I would view as a enhancement and a strengthening of the intent of the bill. So with that, I'll yield back.
Thanks. What we'll do is suspend, and we'll go back into session here in just a bit, so let these guys work it out. Committee suspend. I know, but oh, did you write? Committee will come to order. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. After consultation with members and staff, I withdraw my amendment.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. Mr. Thompson, the ranking member is recognized with new language on an amendment he'd like to submit.
And I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8631, offered by Ranking Member Thompson, number 006. In Section 2B, strike paragraph 7. In Section 2B, add at the end the following. Any entity on any list required under clauses 1, 2, 4, or 5 of Section 2D, 2B of Public Law 11778, commonly referred to as the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. 8, any entity identified by the Secretary of Defense as a Chinese military company pursuant to Section 1260H of the William N. Mack Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021, 10 U.S.C. 113 note. 9, any entity included in supplement number 4 to Part 744 of Title 15, Code of Federal Regulations, or any successor regulation. 10, any subsidiary or successor to an entity specified in paragraphs 1 through 9. In Section 2D1, strike paragraph, subparagraph B.
The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes to talk on his amendment.
Thank you so much. I'll make it real easy. I thank the gentleman from Florida for accepting the amendments. Now I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the gentleman also. I'd like to thank the staff and you and the ranking member for negotiating this. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Okay, with no further discussion, the question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Mr. Thompson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. Amendment 3. It is now in order to consider Amendment 3 to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Mr. Thanadar on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8631, offered by Mr. Tanadar, number 003. At the end, the following. E, rule of construction. Nothing in this section may be construed to apply to the procurement of an electric vehicle.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would ensure that the prohibition on Chinese-made batteries does not apply to DHS procurement of electric vehicles manufactured and assembled in the United States. I recognize the security threat we face from China. I do not diminish it, and I do not discount it. Yet, China is the world's leader in electric vehicle battery production. China dominates almost every stage of the electric vehicle battery supply chain, according to a 2023 report by the International Energy Agency. Some of the Chinese companies included in this bill are the world's top producers of batteries for electric vehicles. The current reality is that US automakers that still make cars here in America rely on these Chinese-made batteries. If we cut DHS off from procuring electric vehicles made in the US before there are affordable alternatives to Chinese-made batteries, we will be hurting the US auto industry and hampering DHS efforts to combat climate change. According to the GSA's Federal Fleet Report, DHS owns more than 35,000 vehicles. DHS has a goal of transitioning half of these vehicles, more than 17,000, to electric vehicles by 2030 as part of its climate action plan. If my amendment is not adopted, there is a real risk that DHS will not be able to meet its laudable goals. As DHS has noted, climate change endangers national security and DHS' mission of safeguarding the American people. our homeland, and our values. Electric vehicles are a key part of combating climate change. Electric vehicle production is a growing industry with a manufacturing base here in the US, creating jobs for American workers. We must not undermine the critical domestic manufacturing base as we seek to address Chinese-made batteries. I urge my colleagues to adopt my amendment to ensure that DHS is still able to procure electric vehicles and therefore contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable future. With that, Mr. Chair, I withdraw my amendment.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Kennedy on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8631, offered by Mr. Kennedy, number 001. At the end, the following.
Without objection, the further reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would require the Secretary of Homeland Security to develop a battery procurement strategy in support of President Biden's Executive Order 14057, catalyzing clean energy industries and jobs through federal sustainability. In developing this strategy, DHS would have to consider how the department can purchase batteries to strengthen the security and resilience of the U.S. battery supply chains. DHS would also have to identify ways to foster job creation and economic growth here at home and ensure the inclusion of economically disadvantaged individuals and small businesses. Many Chinese companies are working hand in glove with the Chinese Communist Party in a way that undermines our national security and inhibits a fair economic playing field. I support Mr. Jimenez's efforts to stand against this, and I support the intent of this bill. It's not enough to be against things. The American people expect solutions and deserve solutions. And that's what both the President's executive order and my amendment do. Addressing the climate crisis is an opportunity to create good-paying jobs in the clean energy industry and overcome China's dominance of the market. So it's not enough to block DHS from using batteries from China. We need to make sure DHS has an ample and competitive marketplace base here in the United States, and that's how we best confront China. We need to leverage American innovation and manufacturing knowledge to spur the domestic battery industry and create good-paying jobs right here at home, including in my district in Western New York. My amendment is a part of that effort, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Chair, I recognize that this amendment was taken up as a part of the larger agreement in the amendment put forward by Ranking Member Thompson. So in that regard, I will withdraw my amendment.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Ms. Thanagar and Mr. Kennedy for offering and withdrawing their amendments. Clearly, their districts would be adversely impacted should a no purchase situation would occur, as well as for Northern New York's potential economic development. You're on the record, we support it, and we understand why you talked about it, and we look forward to working with some satisfactory results on both those situations. So, Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent at this point that the request for recorded votes on Amendment 5 offered by Mr. Swazi and Amendment 4 offered by Ms. Ramirez be vindicated to the end that the question on the amendment be put de novo.
The request is to move both Amendments 5 and 4 to de novo, and I, without objection, agree with that. So the question is on agreeing to the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. And this is Mr. Swazi's amendment, just to be clear, on a report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute is not agreed to. Would like to just let everybody know that the minority is encouraged to provide input to the minority report. And now vote on. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment as amended in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Jimenez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill H.R. 8631 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Clerk. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any required technical or conforming changes to reflect the actions of the committee today. Without objection, the measures amended during today's markup will be reported to the House in the form of one amendment in the nature of a substitute for each bill. This concludes the consideration of the bills noticed by the committee today.
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I request that members have 2 calendar days to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, or minority views on the measures ordered reported by the committee today.
So ordered. There being no further business without objection, the committee stands adjourned.